There we go. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome. How are you all doing today? Let's see. Sigmar Monkey, Saber Wolf Man, Vito, welcome in. How's everyone doing? Let's see. I hope can everyone hear me okay? I hope. But we got some fun stuff going on today. We're going to be painting the doing well this fine day. Good. Glad to hear it. Uh we are currently going to be painting the Dormaru Damashi, which I'm super excited about. I also have a video from the Conquest team on how to build them, so we'll show that off as well here soon. And we also try to think. I had someone in the Parabellum Discord asking me how I do my bases, so I'll show off a little bit about that too. And for the Euroni, and I'm trying to think what else we have on the docket for today. Oh, of course, the Colors of Conquest winners for April we'll be announcing at the end of the stream. So very, very excited about that. So many amazing um, Conquest figures have been painted all over this past month, and honestly, I feel like every time I see the winners that they send me to, it just like it's so cool seeing how many amazing people are taking and really just kind of taking these miniatures and making them their own and doing some really cool stuff with them. So I think you guys are gonna be pretty excited about the seeing those. So it's the bad guy from Despicable Me. Yeah, that's I've been told that the vector is the fit. So oh right. Well, why don't we take a look here real quick? So we have some primed and ready to go Dormaru Damashi. Pretty excited about that. And I did a poll on Instagram to determine how we were going to paint these up. So we basically my two thoughts, my two schools of thought for these figures was that we would paint them either like complete ghosts, like they have in Lord of the Rings, you know, the kind of greenish ethereal light situation, or we would paint them kind of glowing from the inside a little bit. So the poll determined that we are going to paint them as if they are glowing from the inside of their armor. So I'm going to try to get as much of it done as possible today. It's going to be a little, I don't know how far we'll get on it, but the end result will be inner glowing armor. So for those who are not, who may not have seen the Dormaru Damachi before or anything like that, they are really cool figures. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look. We can see them on the website here, but they are absolutely stunning. These ones are painted up by the official team, and honestly, they are so cool to hold in person. I'm so excited to see everyone get their hands on these and check them out. But we have their lore is really interesting too. So they're technically immortal spirits, but because it takes the Uroni so long to ascend to our plane of existence, the Onmyoji have found a way to kind of accelerate the process a little bit, and so they take their armor, just armor that they have, and inscribe their true name into it, and so they can once more take the field of battle. So their spirits kind of possess these armors that they have. So pretty exciting. So the models are so cool. They had to have their rules changed. Yeah, they. Well, it's really interesting too because it's one of those things where, sometimes in the design process, from what I remember, they were talking about in the design process. They have an original concept in mind, right? And then from there, that concept grows. And because it's a collaboration, it's always a collaboration between story and lore, and between the original creation of the idea, and then the art, and then the sculpt, like every single different facet and form. And of course, when you get to like production, there's obviously limitations too. So between everybody collaborating, trying to work in these particular things to make them as close to the vision as possible, there's always going to be change, right? And so over the time that they've been doing it, it seems like it's evolved into something a little bit more. So they got to the point where they're like, you know what, we need to change these rules to better match what these have evolved into. So really, really cool to see. So hey, Professor Graham and Dino Master, welcome in. Need to give me some tomorrow. They are still available for pre-order right now. They are launching on the 23rd, so next week. So that's going to be pretty exciting. If anyone's interested, you can use the code Walter's Workshop to pre-order those and get them in as soon as possible. So, but yeah, so it's a really cool facet. I love what they're doing with the Euroni. I have most of a Euroni army built at this point. I'm still working on it. But yeah, really, really excited about it. So, but I'm particularly excited about the fact that we get to paint some Dormaru today. So, before we get into it though, I was talking with the team and they did want to specifically try to show off the video on how to build them, because as you can see, they look pretty awesome, just in general. And considering how kind of, I don't necessarily, I'm trying to think of the word, wiry, I guess, almost, they are. They are a little bit of a challenging build. I would not say that they are too challenging. Mostly, so I like to use stuff. It's called sprue goo, by the folks in the hobby, and basically, I'll show you what that is here real quick. When I'm putting together figures, especially plastic figures, I like to use what's called sprue goo. And if you are unfamiliar with sprue goo, it is essentially when you take a bottle of Tamiya extra thin cement, and then you basically just clip off a bunch of sprues that you have. I'm not going to do that with this because this is obviously like ready to go. But you just clip off like the extra bits, like these little frames of a sprue, and you just dunk them in there. And lo and behold, it melts the plastic and turns into this lovely goo that you can see here. And and I like to use this particularly because it fills in gaps really well. And for those that know how this stuff works when you're putting together plastic, it doesn't like make a bond. It melts the plastic together. So it makes a much stronger connection than, say, using super glue and things like that. So I like to kind of take the extra step and use the sprue goo, because the sprue goo has that melted plastic already in it, and so it can help kind of fill some gaps. Sometimes you have to be kind of careful with how you use it, because it could, if you put too much in there, it could like come out of the seam and make this little bulb of just plastic that just dries. You don't want that. But you can use Tamiya extra thin cement in general, which is perfectly fine. I like to use this though because it also has a little bit more of a holding action instead of just putting this together. So I use this to build these. And the only thing to keep in mind with that is it does take a little while longer to dry than, say, super glue. So, hey, right sister, how's it going? Welcome in. Let's see. They look like you need to be careful when building them. A little bit, but not. It wasn't too bad. This one right here, I would say was the most challenging build, and it was because of the waist. You can kind of see in here that it is, especially on the back, it is held. The waist armor pieces are held up by these two parts of rope that are there when you put it together, and then also inside of here, there's another piece of rope that kind of just goes across the two, and then this third one here going down around the bottom. And admittedly, putting all those together and kind of making sure that they're held together properly and whatnot was a bit of a challenge. But outside of that, not bad, honestly. Not as worrisome as I thought. But we have a video that'll show you how to do that. And so I'm going to make sure that we play that right now. Let's see. Let me know if the sound is okay. I can make sure to change the sound. But this is from the official Parabellum team on how to build this particular miniature.
Hi everyone, this is Yanis, and today we're going to show you how to put together a Domaru Damashi Pose 1. Easier than it looks, so follow closely. So I have numbers 44 and 9. As you can see, I'm using super glue because of the tiny parts this model has. Whoops, too much glue there. So I added some glue on the upper left hole of part 9. And I am using this key here from part 44 and I am inserting it in like this. Once I do that and it stays there, I need to take part 11, which is this small part of cloth. Now this goes in the middle hole right here. I will add some glue. And voila, fits right in. After I let it dry a little bit, I will take piece number 8, which is this one, with the long cloth tail at the back. I will hold what I have done so far with my left arm, which is also the left arm of the model, and I will place it the left rope side here on the left hole in the middle of the Domaru Damashi armor, just like this. It would be nice to place a little bit on your table or cutting board to make sure that all the cloths line up on the floor, so later on they line up on your model's base too.
Again, just takes a little bit of time just to...
So I hold it a little bit together.
Make sure the connection's good.
Once it's done, I leave it on the side. I take piece number 10 and then part number 13. As you can see, there is a tricky hole at the bottom of part 10. What I'm gonna do is place it like this, perpendicular to the cloth already on part 10. I'm going to show you again. I will add some glue first, and now I'm going to place that piece of plastic right there. You see how the corner fills in with the corner of the hole? And basically it stays there like that. We are done with this. As you can see now, I have put glue into the back right hole, and I am putting these two pieces together. I hold it on the top of my table or cutting board to make sure that every piece of cloth that touches the ground is lined up. That way, I cannot make a mistake when I try to put it on my base. I'm waiting it a little bit to dry, but you can always use an accelerator. That will help you a lot with this delicate work. Now, we're going to the front of the model, which, as you can see so far, it's a bit empty. And I'm gonna need two very tricky parts of the model. So, as you can see, most of my front part is empty. Now I need this little hole right here on the piece of cloth to connect with this little hole there. And how do I do that? I use this rope that acts as a bridge. I will put super glue, preferably on both ends, and I will try gently to connect the two pieces. As you can see, goes like this. It is not entirely straight as a line, this rope, and that plays a key role because otherwise the cloths do not touch the ground. It needs to be tilted a little bit, as you can see here. I hope this is clear to all. And now I will proceed with our next piece. As you can see, I have added the front part and the rope part that is cosmetic at the front of the armor. Now the key here is first to connect the two parts of the rope on the sides of the armor and then put on top the front part and hold it together for a little bit to cement. Now on the inner side there will be two holes on the top right part. You need to fill the first hole and the middle one on the left. Why is this middle one empty on the right side, I hear you ask? Is because I will put glue here and here, and then I will take part number 12. I will put it into the hole and connect it with the left side of the torso here. As you can see, it connects perfectly and it spirals up so we can create the upper part of our model. Time for us now to do the simpler parts, my favorite of the model, front and back of the torso. Please make sure you don't cut this part because this is essential for the helmet of the ghost armor to be held. So I put some glue on the front part. Yes, this is parts 2 and 3. And I gently put them together. After I'm done, I have part 47, which is the right upper pauldron of the model. I put some glue here on top. And as you can see, there is a key inside the pauldron, which I attach to the right shoulder, and it is ready. Now, among other things we had to do, we messed up a little bit the numbers on the helmet. You will see in the instructions that... Shit.
I got it.
Classic.
You will see in the instructions that these are numbers 45 and 46, while in reality this is 45 and 6. So again, you take front and back, you add some glue to the front, and you glue the back, and it fits perfectly. Here's how it goes. Now on the inside, you will see a bowl right there at the middle of the helmet. This is where this bowl goes right in, and you can play with your helmet looking around anywhere you like. But before we get there, let's put the two halves together, shall we? So I will put some glue on this spiraling piece of cloth here, and then I will add the torso on top. As you can see, it fits very nicely, no issues at all. Please, as I wait for it to cement, please note that I don't glue the left shoulder and upper arm with the lower left hand. These are left free because this is a ghost armor, nothing connects it. You see what we did there? Cloth supports the hand on the back is empty. If you want to feel safer and you want to glue it, just put some glue on the tip here and attach it to the model and it will be fine. But no need to do that as it is very sturdy. Now next step, one of the last we will take, is to put together the right arm. There is a protruding piece of plastic on the cloth that drops from the right arm, and a very the negative key on the right sword arm, which should connect perfectly, and it does. As you can see there, everything is fine. And as you can see at the bottom, all my cloths align. If you see any issue, feel free to use any paste you use for basting and it should cover any warp problems, but there should be none. Now I will put some glue on the top of the bowl of the head. I will go back to the bowl I showed you in the middle of the helmet and I will attach it into the model however I see fit. Like this. And our model is ready to be put on its base and use it for playing. I will proceed now, adding some glue to the lower cloths. There you go. There you go. It is ready. Give it some time to cement and you will be good to go. As always, thank you for watching and make sure you check out our online instructions on how to glue this piece together, as it will help you a lot and it's always updated. Thanks for watching.
All right, so that's how to do it. We let's see. Let's scooch on back over him now. And yeah, so that's how to build this guy, essentially. As I mentioned earlier, it's really this part that's kind of the one that's a little intense, but again, they use super glue. I didn't. So I made it a little tougher on myself, but the reason I did that is because I want to make sure that this the sprue goo will essentially fuse them together, creating a much more stable bond. So super glue works perfectly fine, but I personally would recommend using some thin cement or some sprue goo because that does a really good job of just, you know, fusing them together as opposed to just having something that connects them. You know what I mean? So, oh, I thought I had the instructions around here too, but yeah, honestly, again, built it in 10 minutes. It's not terribly difficult. As contrary to what people are seeing with it, but yeah, it's not too bad. But the other thing folks had asked about is how I do the bases for these, and as you can see, I have done a pretty intense base style for all of mine. I have lots of different bits and things like that on there because I really want them to look like they've been, that they're coming out of this kind of ethereal Japanese like forest. So there's a lot of bamboo, a lot of other things. So I can show you some before they are textured, and actually, I can show you what some looks like when it's textured. Let's see. This one I like a lot. This one I'm really happy with. So we'll go ahead and show this one off. So I have one of my Tengu here, and this is with essentially. I'll take you know what? Take a step back. So first thing that we do, and we got the Oni Ayakashi here, is we get our bits, right? So I got bits from Epic Basing for all this bamboo and shrubs and rocks and stuff. And then these little statues that I have on mine are from Dark Messiah basing. And so I basically just take some milliput, which is this 2-part epoxy. It's kind of like green stuff. I take some milliput, mix it together, and it becomes fairly pliable for about a half hour. And I just I score the base. So I'll take my I'll take a little razor blade and just do some little, you know, cuts along the edges or on top of it, so there's a little bit more of a something from the milliput to hold on to a little better. And then from there, I will just push down any of the bits that I want that are going to go on there. So I have like little leaves and brushes and stuff, and rocks and little statues. And then from there, I will take um, some texture paste and scoop it all over on top. And you can see here, obviously, I've gotten some on the statues and stuff. That's typically okay. Once it dries, you can kind of chip it off really easily with a hobby knife or even like a sculpting tool and stuff. It all comes off pretty easily. But we'll put the texture paste on there, and I put mine in pretty detailed and pretty cramped, so sometimes it's hard to get into some of these little spaces. But again, you can clean it up really easily. So, but I use for this one in particular this muddy ground from AK, and I just scoop that all on top, all over it, and then from there you have a really nice surface in which to paint from. And you can see, let me see. Here's one. Here's the one we started working on in our last Colors of Conquest stream. It still has a good ways to go because I've been building furiously the rest of this army. And but you can see the little statues in there. You can see all the little paints and things, and we're gonna get up to probably about this level on this Domoro Damashi here pretty soon. But once you start painting it up, it'll start looking really, really nice, and give them an environment to really be in when they are. So it looks like they're actually in an environment, right? The Dormaru Damashi, though, however, I didn't want to necessarily go with. I'm trying to kind of theme each unit a different way. So for the Domaru, for the Tengu, I have lots of these little like Jizu statues and things like that, like I shown before. One thing I'm really happy with that turned out pretty well is for the Oni Akashi. Like I have some of those little statues hiding around as well, which is nice. But I have these lanterns too from Dark Messiah that I've put in, and even because these guys are big brutish dudes walking around, I even like snapped one off and broke it, so it looks like they're going through the thick of the battle a little bit, and everything's not perfect. They got to go to war, so pretty good stuff there. I will say the hard part is, and something to keep in mind, is it is not terribly easy, especially with how big these are, right? These miniatures. Sometimes it's a little more difficult to find places, the space to put stuff, especially if they're bigger pieces like these lanterns. Um, but I would definitely recommend using the corners. There's a lot of good space there. I don't put anything on these rims here because there's just except for maybe like a little bump or two just to add a little bit of texture around, because even with the texture paste goes on pretty well, thankfully, on these little corners and sides. But it is a little more difficult to try to get anything to stay on, especially because when you're picking up the models and stuff, you don't want to necessarily bump a piece off of your base, right? So texture paste works well on the rims and edges still, but I don't put too much on there just because I don't want to knock any pieces off and keep it together. So, but it looks pretty good overall, and especially too because you can just pop those right off and play First Blood. So, although there are some times too, like for the Kitsune that I'm working on, where you may not necessarily feel like you're going to play First Blood with them anyway. So you can feel free to fill that stuff in with these gaps. So this is a regular standard Parabellum base, and I just filled in the gaps with more Milliput, so it made a nice solid base to put everything on. So we have lots of basing work that can be done and lots of different options you can do, which is a ton of fun. But we're going to get to actually painting these Domaro Damashi. The one fun thing with them, again from Dark Messiah miniatures, is I've put on all of my Dormaru these gravestones. And I figured it was fairly fitting to put gravestones on these big spirit armors and whatnot. So, pretty fun stuff. All right, but we need to get to actually painting. So I'm going to go ahead and pop this off, just make this a little easier, I think. I will say, with how much of these talisman papers that are coming down, there is a bit less room on the base for a lot of stuff, but you can still work some stuff in there. I've got some rocks and some little shrubs here and there, and a nice little scene of um, one of the gravestones there, and some bamboo. And that's another thing you can kind of keep in mind too if you are intending on playing First Blood. I've got some magnets in here just to keep them on and solid, which is nice. But you don't want to necessarily neglect putting stuff on the main part of the base too, because if you're going to take them off, you still want them to look like they're in the world that you are building. So fun basing stuff going on. But we are going to do, I've been doing some research on some different samurai style armor. And for me personally, the way I'm trying to paint up this army is going to be a little more intense, probably, than what some folks will do. And I'm trying to make each of these characters a little bit more individuals. So every samurai armor of the Domara Damashi is going to be different colors. Every Oni is going to have their own colors and stuff. Actually, I will show you one base, now that I think about it, that I was able to do. There's a little more intense. So this is going to be my my daimyo. And you can see here, because he's got that really cool anime action where he's sheathing his sword, I wanted to make something out of that. So I took all these big bamboo trees and I sliced each and every single one of them in a certain way. So it kind of goes down, then back up over this direction, and kind of back down a little bit. So each one of those is sliced and then put back on, just to kind of give that cool anime style action of, oh, I just, sliced it and am sheathing my sword again. But still, again, if you are intending to play First Blood, you can still make sure that even though you put a lot on the rims of the bases, this is probably one of the few exceptions I've made, just because I wanted to set the scene a little bit, but I also want to be able to use this guy for First Blood. So he still has his stuff there. He still has some nice little basing on there for First Blood, and it is just enough to where I can maneuver this back in, thankfully, without breaking any of the bamboo pieces that I've put on. So pretty fun stuff. There's a lot of versatility you can do with how these bases are, so it's a lot of fun. But let's see. Is anyone else working on some good Conquest this weekend, hopefully, or playing? If you didn't see, they are showing off Conquest in Japan this weekend, and I am so extremely jealous. I would love to go. But it seems like if you check out Instagram for Parabellum, it seems like there's a lot of really fun stuff going on there. All right. I wish I could, but I'm thinking, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're feeling better. And if I don't often, like, when I have work and whatnot, I'll try to take sick days and stuff. And it's kind of, for me, if I'm feeling up to it, I do love being able to try to get some mini work done, some building or painting and whatnot while I do that. So my plan on working on my Uroni army over the summer, though. Nice. Okay, awesome. Do you have any other armies you got going on? I have my Spires army, and I'm very excited because I have a very small shop here that has recently gotten Conquest. I've been pestering them about it for months, and they're finally getting on board, and so I'm very, very excited. And we're going to start off by trying to do some First Blood, I think. So I'm trying to get this Uroni done by then, but I'm likely going to start just with the Spires, just because I have them ready to go. So okay, so first off, we're going to start off with, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the right color. It might be. I'm trying to remember my color recipes here. This is definitely the one. It's got to be it. Yep. Okay. So I'm using this Chimera Royal Brown, which is kind of a reddish brown. There are alternatives in all the different paint companies, but we're going to start off using a little bit of that. And then I'm going to mix it with my favorite paint that actually Demos from the official Parabellum painting crew turned me on to. My favorite paint of all time, which is this green gray from Scale Color. And we're going to mix those two together just a little bit to make a nice dark reddish brown. Let's see. I can actually pull up my paint palette here so you can see. Yeah, so we have the regular dark brown and then a little bit of that. We got this nice reddish brown color going on here, so we're going to use that. I think we might actually add just a tiny bit of red in there too. Now that I'm looking at it, probably couldn't hurt. This Alzarian Crimson, it's a very kind of dark maroon going on there. Just a teeny bit of that to add to this brown. Gonna make a nice base color, I think, for what we have going on here. Let me see. Yeah, we'll do that, I think. Yeah, we're gonna actually. I'm probably gonna lean more into the red. I think I'll lean into the red and a lot more with that green gray. That'll make a nice. Honestly, because of the blues in there, you can see here. So this is the dark red, and this is the green gray. It almost comes off as like a matte black. You just get a little bit of that, a little bit of this red, mix that up, probably about 2 parts of that red to the black or the green gray, and it makes a reddish brown color that's really nice. I'm gonna just add a tiny little bit of this brown in there just to kind of keep it consistent. So we got this nice, it looks in this camera pretty dark, but I promise it's not that dark. And we're just gonna go over the entire thing. So I'm using a big old monster brush for it, so we can get this kind of out of the way real quick. Let's see. Wadroon, nice. Okay. Trying to figure out what I want to do for their bases, though. Well, there's lots of... It's one of the things I love about Conquest. Like, if you take a look at the map, there's just so many different environments you can do. Wadroon are kind of in like, if you want to go lore-wise, they have a lot of jungle, and also just some kind of dry, arid areas as well that they that kind of border a lot of their jungles too. So that's 2 options you can do right there. I like trying to get it as like fancy as I can, because it's one of the things that's nice about and obviously you kind of have to temper and keep in mind too that these are gonna be played on the tabletop, so you don't want to go too overboard, because if you do, like, I am a little worried about my daimyo, to be honest, because it's definitely the definition of going overboard in a cool way, but it tells a story, which is what I wanted. And that's what you can do with your basing, is you can kind of tell the story of your army, right? For example, if you have you could do Wadroon from nice grassy plains, it's and put some really tall grasses and things on there, which would look really cool. Like I said, I'm doing this with the Aroni and putting on this kind of ethereal Japanese forest kind of look, which is why we start out with this red, because it complements the green really well, and it'll make some really nice shadow tones. But I'm putting it all over everything on the base, including the gravestones. And normally, one wouldn't worry about, you'd want to paint the gravestones to look like stone, and we'll get there. But I want this forest to almost glow with a kind of a mysterious magical nature. You know, considering the lore of the Euroni, they have the really cool spiritual elements to them and whatnot. So I really want the place that they live and thrive in to be um, a lot more. I want them to seem like they are defending their home as opposed to um, going out and battling someone outside of their home. You know. I'll say the daimyo should be overboard considering what actual daimyo were like. Yeah, true indeed. But I mean, as soon as I saw the pose with him sheathing his sword and everything, I was like, come on, how can you not want to do a sweet like this dude just sliced through a bunch of stuff? I love seeing, you know, even if it's like having something cut on the base, I feel is just a must, just to show off the power of the daimyo and how swift their blades are. So that was my thought with that. I feel like yeah, I love to see that kind of stuff. Um, I will say later on you'll see with the Colors of Conquest entries. I'm not going to try to give too many spoilers, but there is a daimyo or two in there, and they have some really awesome elements. And everyone's gone about it a slightly different way, which is really cool to see. Actually, speaking of, let me double check, make sure we are um, make sure we are live everywhere. Okay. Cool. Awesome. But yeah, especially too because like the daimyo and you know you want all your characters to look cooler than the rest, right? You know you don't have to go overboard um with every single miniature that you have. I'm kind of taking the opportunity to do it, um, which is taking the army longer to get on the table and to get painted, admittedly. But considering how big they are, it's one of the things I love about the Euroni personally is I've always been a big fan of like skirmish games and things like that. So First Blood's going to be really nice, but also it because they're so big, you really can kind of treat them as more individuals than just a giant block of rank and flank, you know, spearmen. You know, um, so I personally see that as an opportunity to really kind of treat each one more individualistic. Um, though, of course, if you're trying to just get the army on the table, definitely do it. Um, there's plenty of amazing armies. In fact, I was looking in the Parabellum Discord, and one of the ones that I absolutely love is someone's painting their army up in lots of kind of bright yellows and reds and oranges, and they're calling it the Maca. I think it's like the Macauroni or something, or the Macayoni or something like that. And so they themed their entire Euroni army based on macaroni. And honestly, it it's fantastic. It's so cool. And that's the other fun thing is you don't have to go with the lore or anything like that. You can really make these out to be however you want. I personally, for my own taste, I'm a big fan of trying to incorporate the lore as well as like some real life elements and things. Um, and so I am working on researching a lot of Japanese styles of like armor and things, and even like old art depictions of the of like oni and other mythical creatures. And one of the things I actually learned, which was really cool, I did not realize. You know, I have always been kind of a big fan of that kind of stuff in general, but I did not realize that in And the way that the Oni kind of came to be is it was a kind of a transplant as Buddhism came into Japan. Uh, from Hinduism, there were depictions of things like Shiva and things and other characters as these, like blue and red skinned creatures wearing like tiger print loincloths and things, or tiger skin and things like that. And that kind of carried over into Buddhist imagery for particular um, depictions of different spirits, and so that came through, and then that came into and traveled its way through into Japan, where they were kind of characterized as the Oni, and so the Oni in Japanese mythology are based on that, which is why a lot of Oni, even though tigers and stuff I believe weren't native to Japan, that's why they're still wearing the tiger print stuff, even in ancient Japanese depictions of Oni. uh, so that was really cool. And so I'm doing that kind of case in point with my one character here. You can see I have shaved and re-put on all the feathers on his outfit, and I'm gonna do his jacket is gonna be entirely tiger skin to kind of match that. So, um, in addition to that, though, I didn't realize. I knew that there were red oni. That's the most common depiction is red. There's also blue oni, which I knew about, but I didn't realize that it was not uncommon to see, not quite as common, but not uncommon to see yellow or green or even like black oni and stuff too. So that gives me so much more options to make all of these characters very individualistic, which I'm very, very excited about. So we're going to be seeing a very colorful force of Uroni, but we have to get everything uh, to make everything cohesive for an army. If you're gonna, especially if you're gonna do one that's like that kind of out there and vibrant and individualistic, it's hard to really make it look like a standard, army, right? But that's where the basing comes in. That's what we're doing right now. Is all of them will have the same basing, be in the exact same environment, and that's going to really take the army and how it looks to the next level. So don't neglect your basing like I did for my spires. For those who saw my spires on like Play on Tabletop or anything, um, I kind of tempered the intensity of that color scheme because painting a kind of pearlescent look by hand is a little time consuming. But I wanted to make sure I got an army on the table. So I made some concessions to make sure that that happened. And the concessions for that was that I was going to go with more simple basing. So I just kind of did, sand, a few rocks, some little tufts here and there, your standard army basing, which is perfectly fine and ends up looking great. But it can, because it's still cohesive, right? But here, we're going a little bit more into the basing because all of my army is going to be a bit more individualistic. So I need something to really put them all together into the same scene. So that's one of the beautiful things about basing that you can do. So we're just getting this base layer of this kind of dark red on here. Kind of looks a little brown, and that is intentional. But a reddish brown is going to work extremely well for the bright greens that we're going to be going into later on. So, and also, if you haven't seen, don't forget too that the lore book is coming out in just a few weeks, and I am so excited. I can't wait. I got the hardback cover with the signature on there, so I'm excited about that. Um, and yeah, I'm going to be trying to do I started doing, and actually I got kind of discouraged because I wanted to do a bunch of lore videos on Conquest for short form content for Instagram Reels um, and uh, and for TikTok, things like that. And I did one. I was pretty proud of it. It took me a little while because I am not the fastest videoer, but I was pretty proud of it. It was just kind of an intro to who the Spires are. Um, but sadly, I found out that at the time, Instagram Reels had a minute and a half long cap, which is really a bummer. Alan for Tap, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Nothing much, man. We are just getting started on this Uroni Dormaru Damashi. So it's a little hard to see, but spirit armors. Gonna be a lot of fun. I think we're gonna go with like gold and blue for this armor. It's gonna be pretty cool. Good, brother. Good. Glad to hear it. Assuming you're a Conquest player as well. If so, or if you're just looking at it, what factions piqued your interest? I started out with the Spires, and I was actually intending, personally, I was intending on doing a there we go. Some nice kind of dark red all over this base is perfect. I was intending on doing the Dwayne home after this, but then they announced the Uroni, and I was like, well, you got me. All right, let's see. Take a little drink here because I'm getting a little famished. So I think maybe we don't do the gold and blue. Maybe we go with. I think I might go with a red, like a dark maroon, maybe, and then kind of tannish cloth, blue cloth. I think we could do, and then we could do obviously the brown on the talisman strips are going to be fairly easy. So not yet. I'm in the Discord though. Haven't picked up any Parabellum stuff. Well, if you feel like when you decide to, I there's a pinned comment up here that you can get 10% off if you'd like for using the code Walter's Workshop. Obviously, no pressure. I have some coworkers that love Parabellum stuff. Awesome. Well, yeah, the code is available for use for anybody if you all are feeling it and feel like picking some up. But good to save you a little bit of money. Helps support me as well, which is nice. But yeah, the what kind of stuff are you looking into for it? Are you do you have a particular faction that you're looking at? So I'm more than happy to talk a little bit about it. Or what factions do your coworkers have? That's one thing I see a decent bit is people want to do something different than everyone else sometimes, but I always say yeah I'm gonna pop this guy off this base part here and get a little more control. We're just going with a nice dark brown on these um on this paper here. Um, there we go. But it's one of the things I love about Conquest is all the armies are fairly unique and not something you typically see in a lot of tabletop gaming in general, for sure. Especially the Uroni was definitely out of left field. Was not expecting that at all. Ooh, let's not drop them now. Okay. We'll say it is a little hard to get the brush in between some of these parts. So you can subassemble. I when it comes to these streams, I don't subassemble because I want to essentially show that you can do it regardless. So all these are built and ready to go. But don't feel like you have to paint them all put together. You can definitely paint these apart. Okay. see. Also, how cool is it? You have coworkers playing Conquest and doing Parabellum stuff. That's really cool to see. There we go. Just sneak that brush in there a little bit. Easy peasy. And you get some more of that brown though. Honestly, I like all the models. Have a good amount of texture, and one of the models, the samurai, look extra nice. Yeah, these ones are a lot of fun so far. I'm really enjoying it. You going true metallic metals or non-metallic metals? That is a good question. Likely gonna do non-metallic. Mostly because the same techniques can be applied. Oops. Not the one that's a little on the right side. But the nice thing about I will often do. Hey, Painting Bunny, how's it going? Good to see you. Nice. I typically for these streams do true metallics because kind of the point is to show how you can get these painted nice and easy for your army and ready to go. But for this army particularly, since this is not just a showcase for me of these miniatures, but also these are part of my army, I'm going to be going true metallics or non-metallics, because I feel like I can get a better control over the lighting if I go with non-metallic metals. I can make the effects go where I want a little easier, and kind of control the environment a little more. If that makes sense. That being said, true metallics work perfectly fine for tabletop gaming and whatnot. And if I wasn't kind of going a little bit above and beyond with these guys, I would just do that. But I've definitely done true metallics on the Colors of Conquest stream before, and I will do it again. That is for sure. But later on at the end of the stream, I'll also be showing off the Colors of Conquest winners. And for those who don't know what the Colors of Conquest is, it is the monthly challenge where if you paint up some conquest and use the hashtag Colors of Conquest as well as tag the company profile, they will take a note of that. They will collect your picture, and then once a month they go through and they rate the top 10 painted conquest of the month, and one winner will get a bunch of some free stuff, and everyone else can, I believe, get some potentially free stuff, but also some discounts to order more. Some big discounts too. Pretty nice. How's it going, Painting Bunny? What have you been painting recently? Have you been working on the Euroni as well? There we go. We're just using this big old brush just to cover as much surface area as we can quickly. The Zilliarch. Okay, cool. Very nice. Trying to do black gold armor with red cloth. Very good color choices. Red, black, and gold. Big fan. I'm sure I'll be doing one of these Euroni at some point. And actually, this one's going to be pretty close. I'm going to be doing kind of I think a maroon and a little bit of blue is going to be the difference. But definitely some gold as well. It's really interesting. There's a lot of black armor and colored armor because of the lacquer that samurai would use to bond and protect their armor from the weather. That's why in the museums you see that a lot of armor looks kind of brown or pale. It's because the lacquer ages over time. and so they don't get quite as they don't stay quite as vibrant as they were, but the colors are still there in some capacity. So now just playing some games and looking at stream. Nice. Sounds like a good way to spend the weekend for sure. Also, I don't know if it's just me or if you guys do this too. One of the things I like to do when I can is get tangled up in my wires. Now is um I like to either watch or listen to stuff that kind of is that kind of resembles what I'm painting, is kind of a little bit of just like inspiration and getting myself in the headspace of what I'm painting. So when building all of these Euroni, I've been watching um, Shogun and Demon Slayer and just a bunch of other kind of Japanese fantasy stuff too. Hey, this mechanic, what's going on? It's going well. We're just getting started with the Dormaru Damashi here, which are available for pre-order right now. They get released next week. So we're getting some browns down on these big pieces of talisman paper here. Some nice dark brown because we're going to work it up into a nice paper color here later on, kind of a tannish white. There we go. Just watch Twitch streams while I work nowadays. Understandable. Understandable. It's a honestly, that's the other thing too, is I will usually watch because I stream twice a week typically on my own channel, which is Walter's Workshop. And then also this Mechanic Games here streams as well. So if you want to give them a follow, I paint minis. It's another awesome person to hang out with. But there are lots of great folks here on Twitch that are painting all sorts of minis. And this Mechanic Games also, if I believe correctly, it was Nords you have, right? We start seeing some of that on stream here soon. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, don't want to miss a spot. There we go. Oh, Dwayne on stream. Nice. Okay. For some reason, I thought it was Nords, but hell yeah, love the Dwig. Again, just a little advice is to, if you are feeling up to it, never hurts to pre-paint miniatures before you put them together. Again, I wanted to show the full miniature as it was built and everything. It is getting in between all these little spots here is not the easiest. There we go. Tend to go Spark Hammer. Oh, and Hood Guard. Okay, great. Yeah, I love them. They're great folks. Finally got to meet Hoodguard in person at Adepticon. That was a ton of fun. Okay. They just stream when I'm at my painting desk. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, if you ever find yourself online around the same time I am, I usually stream Mondays and Wednesdays from 7 p.m. Eastern to about 10 p.m. But that is my channel. And like I said, I'm working on Conquest quite frequently. Um, but I'm also working on some other competition pieces here and there too. So, okay, I think, like I said, we're going to go with the red armor and kind of, red armor and maybe the blue on there. So let's go ahead and just start off with some red, shall we? Some nice dark red. Or maybe we should go with the blue first. I think that might be the move. You ever paint things up in a theme? I sure do. Depending. I usually try to go. I personally, especially when it comes to conquest, I like to go with like lore, and try to incorporate the lore in some way. So, in the lore, the Aroni are not like necessarily. Oh, actually, I forgot some spots of paper here, so let's make sure we get that done. But the Aroni are not necessarily like full-fledged armies that are marching off to war. They're these kind of like um, spirit animals that just kind of appear in the world. And so what I'm trying to do with them is I'm trying to make them a bit more individualistic, and doing them in that way, I can kind of like, to me, I envision them being in this like mystical Japanese style forest, kind of living their lives, and then they have to defend their homeland from some invading army. So they all band together to form cohesive units to go out and fight. And so I am doing a bit more individual themes for all of these, for all of my Euroni. But for my spires that I have, that army, I went into the lore and was thinking, they clone, and they use their biomancies and stuff to create um, a lot of their armor and just kind of grow it from these vats. And so a lot of their armor in the official artwork is obviously like bone looking. Um, and so, but I was like, well, if I'm an aristocratic space elf trying to show that I am the best of the best, I would want even my lowly troops, my lowly clones and stuff to look better than everyone else's. And so I would want my army to look better. So what I did was I did some research on like what naturally occurring like armors that animals have. So I was looking at like bug shells and crabs and lobsters and snails and things like that. And eventually I settled on a pearl. And so um pearl made a lot of sense to me. So I did all of my army's colors in a pearlescent style. So they look prettier than all the other spires, and he can kind of brag at them about that. Now, if you watched my episode of Play on Tabletop, uh, sometimes it's the pretty stuff is not the one that does the best. I got my butt kicked, but it was a ton of fun. I had a lot of fun doing that, and I hope that I can do that again with Tycho. It was just absolutely fantastic. Let's see here. Um, like Captain America Samurai. So this is the red and blue is not going to be quite the same as Captain America. Not quite the same tones of red and blue. The red I'm going to be going for a lot more of a maroon color, and the blue is going to be a lot paler. And I took those ideas from a set of samurai armor that I found online. So kind of going back into a little bit of history on that. And that's kind of the same thing I'm doing with a lot of my Uroni. Obviously it's fantasy, so we can do whatever we want. But if I go back a little bit, then we can take inspiration a little bit from some of those. So we're going to go with some blue here. That's perfect. So we're going to go, this is just, we're just doing the dark colors right now. We're going to highlight them into something better, but this is a nice ultramarine blue and the alizarin crimson. So we're going to go with that. I think, let me see some of these details here. Okay. Then we'll go with some gold in there too, very likely. Or, thinking about it now, do I want to go with that blue? No, I think it would probably look good with the... So I'm just trying to envision right now, because the cloth and stuff being that kind of pale blue with that kind of maroonish color. And obviously some gold trims and things here and there. The gold's easy. That's not terribly hard to imagine or do. But go with kind of an orangish, maybe? Or we're going to go really intense. I've seen some Japanese armor that the like cloth on the inside was kind of like a yellowish gold with the crimson, so that might look kind of neat. But I kind of want to try to avoid some of the warmer colors. We could do purple armor and kind of a pale orange as well. I've seen some samurai armor do that before. But black is kind of the traditional color with red little stripes and dots and stuff. So we could go that way as well. I think. I think maybe. I'm just fighting myself on it because, well, there's also a nice. I've seen some samurai armor do some nice greens and oranges too, and pale blue. That's the one thing about like samurai armor and stuff that's really interesting is like you really can do. There are so many options all over the place. I think we might. I think we might go with my original idea and do the gold and blue. I think that'll look kind of neat. Just so I don't fight myself back and forth. And I think we'll do like the gold and blue. So we'll do some red trim here and there too, I think. But we got to get some blue down first. So we're going to go ahead. Let's see, is this ultramarine? It's pretty bright. Will I go that bright just yet? I'm not sure. I think we'll go with a slightly darker phthalo blue and green shade. I think that'll work really well, but the ball's not moving, which is not a good sign. So I need to get this on the shaker here real quick. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Got to make sure the paint is mixed as thoroughly as possible. There we go. Yeah, I think this phthalo green shade of blue will work really well, especially because we're using that kind of greenish atmosphere, which will be good. So I think that's going to work really well. I do want to just darken it a little bit with that green gray that we were working with earlier, though. Okay. So we're going with the blue. There we go. And the end goal, that's going to be really kind of an interesting thing. I've never tried before, but I'm going to try to make the inside of this piece glowing a bit. So that is likely something we're not going to get to on this stream. But I will be working on it on a later date for sure. Okay. I did see, if you like themed armies and paint jobs, I did see someone that mentioned to the chat earlier do a macaroni theme. So they have kind of like macaroni themed armor colors, and I that just tickled me. I thought that was hilarious. Okay. Yeah, this will be interesting for sure. Now the question is, do I make these ribbons on the inside look like the same paper as that's up in here? And I think is likely what we'll do. Again, just starting off with the dark colors, that way we can brighten them up and just kind of working out the shades. Okay. Hmm. His fingers are not present. That's okay. And considering he's got this blue thing going on, we're going to paint the wraps on the hilt of his sword in that same blue color. Here we go. I think. Hmm. Okay, that's not too bad. Not too bad. I think we'll need to get. We'll paint these inside ropes, but honestly, we're going to be painting a lot of glow coming out of here, so let's get that in there for right now. We're basically painting as if um, it's not going to be glowing from the inside, but we're going to make it glow from the inside. So, do any of you guys like? Do you prefer themed painted? Oh, I almost forgot this little section right here. Um, if you're painting miniatures, do you like to try to find a theme with them? Or you just like trying to find colors that just look good? Okay, so we got some dark blues on there, looking pretty good. now we're gonna start getting to kind of the fun part, which is going to be working up some of this gold, right? So, let's see. I'm trying to think of what colors we'll really need to make some good gold pop. I think we start with a dark green or kind of a cooler gold. Yeah, I think that's what we do. Okay, so we got our green there. So I'm going to mix this oxide green with my green gray. Actually, I already have some down. Perfect. And maybe just a touch of this dark brown. It's not going to look very gold at first. It's going to look very weird. So just as a heads up. So I'm going with a green base. So I want this armor to be a little cooler. Also, okay, we can do that strap there. Actually, funny enough, I really don't mind this kind of green and blue action going on here. Could just keep it at that and not do gold, but I kind of want to still kind of want to do the gold. Currently working on a Seraphon army. Painting those up in a Nebula theme. Kind of leaning more into that Starborn. Oh, nice. I had a friend who was working on some Marines in the same vein. There we go. Let's see. I really like the lore of this unit, and apparently the unit's very good. I haven't gotten a chance to try it out yet, but I mean, I feel like having ghosts on the battlefield is always likely to be a very good option. If Lord of the Rings has told us anything. There we go. Just getting our block colors in as best we can. And the reason we're using green is because green makes for a really good base coat for gold if you're going for kind of a cooler gold. A lot of people do brown, which we'll get to that. Um, but reds and browns people will use a lot for gold and works perfectly good. But it makes it very warm, and we want to keep the same tones on this miniature as possible. Okay, keeping the same tones, it'll keep miniature a bit more cohesive. We're going to go from green to brown, then to the yellows and the gold. Going for more stealthy looking samurai for a samurai look. So this guy is going to be so it's a spirit armor essentially, right? So it is going to be possessed armor from a spirit, and so we're going to be doing a lot of inside glow. Um, and there's already some battle damage you can see on there. So we could go either way. But I am not as worried about doing stealthy. Yeah, yeah. So there's like, I mean, I'm gonna put my brush all the way inside here. Whoop, nothing in there. It is just completely hollow on the inside. So that will let us do some really cool glow effects. Hopefully, if I don't mess it up. um, but it's they only do it in kind of like times of need. But they'll get these samurai rolling. So um, I'm going to try to keep it um, somewhat ceremonial, less on the stealth side. The Since these are kind of fantasy, the idea is that they're a little bit less. There is a sub faction within the Ironi that are the shinobi who do a little bit more subtle stuff. But I'm not too worried about that. I want them to be, you know, pretty openly samurai. But essentially, the idea is that they're going to be a little more leaning into the fantasy and ethereal. So bright colors are not going to be discouraged for this army for sure. But since each one, and that's the other fun part, is since I'm doing each character as an individual, um, I have a lot more room to play with all sorts of stuff. So there will likely be some that are kind of more of a stealthy looking color scheme, and other ones that are going to be brightly colored and very, very out there. We have room to do it all. Okay, let's go ahead and I need to get some more of that talisman color. Oops, that's the wrong one. Okay, let's get that brown there. There we go. And the question is, do we try to be cheeky and start working on the inside glow right now or not? And I think we probably should get that going a little bit at least. So why don't we go ahead and get that a shot? All I'm really going to do is take some white and attempt to just kind of get it into the big areas, like in between here and then in the mask and down up and underneath that a little bit. And maybe a tiny bit in here. I'm just going to get a little bit of that just to kind of get it going, get it ready. Nice little kind of base coat. I'm not expecting it to be, I'm not expecting it to, like completely look good or anything. I just want to have a first kind of base coat down just so we can have room to work with later on, because it's going to be hard to build up off of just a pure black. Okay, normally I don't like using white, to be honest, but again, I'm just going to get a little bit of just kind of pure white. We're just going to try to get some that in there, just so we have something to work with a little later on. Going right on the inside there. It's not easy to do with this big old brush either, but I'm not super worried about being what I should have just done is not put the masks on first. Use a different brush. This one's just not going to cut it for this. You finish the whole model on stream? I usually try to when I can. But considering the effects and stuff I've got going on with this one, it's likely not going to be done on stream. I'm going to get as far as possible. We have a little while to go yet still. But typically with the smaller models that we do, because it's a monthly stream that we do for Colors of Conquest to both announce who the winners are for that, as well as paint off and kind of show off one of the cool minis that are coming out. And so sometimes if we can do smaller ones, like more human-sized things, then I can usually get one done in a stream. But the bigger ones are a little bit more difficult to get done that quickly. So I will get as much done as possible, but I cannot guarantee I will be able to finish it. I'm now somewhat cursing everyone who said I needed to do the inner glow effect. Certainly not making my life easier with the pre-built minis. That's okay. Hey, Ian, welcome in. If you guys don't follow Ian here on Twitch, another awesome Twitch streamer, an artist. How are you doing? I thought the other day I saw that you were playing a game with Mark, maybe? Was I mistaken? If so, how did it go? And if not, when are you gonna be playing again? There we go. Just get a tiny little bit underneath here as well. Oh, that's nice. Very cool. What army were you playing? There we go. Get a nice little dollop in there too. Just for some extra glow. As well as right there. Doesn't look like I've done anything, but that's just because I've been painting the inside of this thing. Okay, there's a bit of messiness in there, but that's all right. Let's see. Oh, playing First Blood. Nice. Playing your Oni. Heck yeah. Scenario we ended up with had too many objective zones for my list. They've been expected. Yeah, fair enough. One thing I'm learning is that your Oni can be very good at holding objectives. They're limited to how many they can. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It is it's the double-edged sword of having a big, beefy character. Um, you have fewer. So, cool. Let's get this. There we go. It's like, yeah, they can take all the damage and do all the stuff, but in the end, they're gonna be struggling a little bit when it comes to beating places. I think that might be. Oh, that's the one. Oh, okay. Hmm. Well, the entire army being brutes. Yeah. 3 zones is ideal. Makes sense. That's the other thing too. It's kind of the risk you take when you roll a scenario, right? So there are definitely going to be scenarios that are more beneficial to other folks, and more beneficial to others. That's for true. All right, let's get this paint shaken up here real quick. I have a few First Blood lists I'm looking at right now. I'm also, obviously limited by the miniatures I have, but I'm interested to see how they turn out. Oh. Okay. Seems a little brighter than I was hoping. Conquest has dinosaurs, right? Yes, that is correct. They do have dinosaurs. They do for the Wadroon. Um, they are the um, orcs of the setting. They have a T-Rex, which is always a fan favorite. They have the Quaddle, which is a giant pterodactyl. They have um, what else? They have tiny little guys. Um, they have fine. That's not a credit card. Well, again, if you want to get a discount, the pinned link in the comments has a link you can go to and get a 10% discount when you enter the code Walter's Workshop. If that helps, hopefully it does. But yeah, they have a T-Rex. They have a pterodactyl. They have the Tauntor, which is basically a big giant brontosaurus, which is amazing. All sorts of cool dinos. I still have my Tauntor and my Quaddle that need to be painted, but I had a great time painting my apex predator, which is the T-Rex. I also have Raptor Riders. I mean, come on. I mean, you get some Quaddles? Yeah. They are very, very cool. I'm a big fan. I'm turning mine into a diorama because I don't play the Wadroon, but I got a lot of them to paint, and I can show you. Ugh, it's big. Um, but I have been doing extensive conversion work to make it standing up instead of flying. So I still have a long way to go, and there's two different head options too, which is really cool. But more Tontos, more Apexes. I just need more dinos. Honestly, who doesn't? Let's be real. Everyone could use more dinos in their life. But yeah, absolutely. Plus, you can paint them in such awesome different colors and styles because, you know. Oh, Dino Master. Yeah, name checks out. That's true. Oh, that's great. Okay, it looks like puke colors, but that's okay. We are just getting started. It seems so bright. I guess it is supposed to be gold, so. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting. I have a few Euroni lists, so I'm hoping we start trying them out pretty soon. What I need to do, actually, I'll do that today before I forget. I need to order another Kitsune because the one I have is just for Conquest because I put the base all together just for Conquest, which is fine because I wanted her to have that base going on. But I need a second one so I can have two Kitsune in a Conquest army, but also because I can have one of them to be able to play in First Blood. That's the goal, at least. I'm thinking about it. I don't remember when I last played. It's always been First Blood. Oh, interesting. I need to try that out. I actually have not tried First Blood yet. I've played a few games of Standard Conquest, but I've been wanting to try First Blood. So, one, build and paint the Nords Mark sent me, and two, find local people to play with. That's fair. Yep. I think. Have you checked out the map on the Conquest website? See if there's a store nearby. It's been since I last did. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, there may be one that jumped on. That is newer. Two game stores near me. One doesn't carry Conquest. The other doesn't. Their website. I haven't seen any box in store since I moved. Ah, gotcha. Okay, not too shabby. Definitely doesn't look super great at the moment, but we'll get there. I have to buy. I have a buy that runs shop where I buy from. Nice. Oh, here in North Carolina, shops are like 2 or 3 hours away. Oh, that's fair. I'm actually not terribly far from North Carolina, but a few hours out. I'm based in Virginia, and I'm working on getting my shop up and running with it. They are finally looking to do so, which I'm very happy about. Because there's this big old blip in the middle of Virginia that just has nothing, which is something I've been trying to change for a while, but they've finally gotten more than just me bugging them about it. Where I'm heading to Fort Lee in June. I'm in Southwest Virginia, so I'm about 2 hours from Carolina, about an hour-ish, hour and a half from West Virginia, probably about 3 hours from Tennessee. So I'm on the western side. Hmm. This is so strange. I've not used this blue before, but I'm putting it on, and it doesn't look like it's doing anything. But once it's drying, it's turning crazy bright. This is fascinating. See how bright that is? Hmm. I've considered joining the ranks of the vanguards. I don't think I have the energy or income to do it. Yeah, it does take a bit of time and effort. Um, Luckily, I've been able to do it in the online space enough, and I was kind of one of the early adopters of doing it like that. Um, but um, I am because my local shop is finally kind of getting on board with it. Um, it's hopefully I'll be able to actually use the tournament kit and stuff that I got. I'm very excited about it. Have been for a while. Yeah, look at how that's so crazy. Look at how bright it's getting. It goes on like, okay, just take a look right here. Okay, I'm gonna put this on right here. Just a little dab. Doesn't look like anything, right? Yeah, we're gonna come back in a few minutes and we'll see how it looks. What paint are you using? This is Chimera. I haven't seen any of their other paints do this yet. At least not this drastically. Look at that. That's so fascinating. Yeah, right? Like I'm having fun with it, but at the same time, it is making things difficult to figure out how to blend them. But that's okay. I was planning on going a bit brighter anyway, so I'll be able to fix whatever I need to. It's just kind of unexpected how bright it was going to get. Try more time. I would definitely become a Vanguard because I want more people on my plane to enjoy the hobby. Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing is it's I between streaming typically on Twitch, which I do twice a week, and trying to do any other activities and have spend time with family and stuff. Um, it is I have like my dedicated hobby times, which are my stream times, and then I can once maybe twice a week if I'm lucky get out to do stuff. But I will say when you're going to set up a place to do hobby time, especially at a shop, having worked at one growing up, I'll say the best thing you can do is consistency. If you are there at a certain time and advertise that you will be there at a certain time and date and in being able to do this one thing, even if no one shows up, if people can expect you to be there and you are there for weeks, people will just start showing up and being there that night, and you won't have to be. It won't be the onus won't be only on you. So if you can get some friends, just tell them, hey, let's go hang out here at this night at the shop and play this game, and let's plan on doing the same thing next week, and just kind of keep like a weekly schedule that will or even bi-weekly, as long as you can work it out and also make sure that like communicate with your local shop and be like, hey, can you guys advertise that we're doing this every other week or so. It goes a long way, you know and especially when things are just starting to get going, you may not see anybody show up, but don't get disheartened. As word gets spread and as things continue on, you will 100%. It is easy to get discouraged, but it will pay off. Not quite that bright yet. I don't use that either. Let's continue to push up this gold a little bit. Oh, that was the one I wanted. Makes a lot more sense. Let's go with this. Got to mix this a little better first. Okay, let's mute this real quick. Actually, we are about the halfway mark right now. So let me just take a very quick, like 5-minute break real quick, and we will get back. We're gonna get into painting the paper colors, as well as getting a little bit more in depth on the gold all over this body. And yeah, we'll continue on from there and see what we can do and see how far we can get with this. Maybe get into some of the basing as well. So don't go anywhere. Well, actually, go get yourself a drink or a snack. Prep any more minis you need or anything like that, and we will be back here in probably about 5 minutes. So BRB. Okay, we are back. Cool. Thank you for the break. Hope you guys got some refills on drinks or things like that. Cheers. All right, now we need to get into a bit of the paper color, as well as the. Actually, before we do that, we should probably get into the basing a bit, because there's a lot of the paper around the base. So I think it'll be better if we can get that mix onto the base a bit more. So we have this boreal green we're going to be going with. A good bit of that. Good, good, good. We're going to mix it with a little bit of the red and the green that we were using for the Ironi basing before, so as well as that green gray. Okay, that's good. Of course, can't forget the green gray. Okay, so nice thing about this is that I can really just kind of slather it on a good bit and not have to worry too much about where it's all going, because we're going to be doing a lot more basing stuff later on. So even on the rocks and stuff, we're going with this. This is still all just kind of like base coloring, essentially. We're going to get some in the crevices of the stuff down there. Hey, Plankwalker, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good weekend. My weekend kicked off pretty well. I got to finish prepping all of these, which is good. And then I went and saw Sinners, which is a great movie. A little scary for those who are not big fans of horror. Don't recommend, but it is an amazing movie. It's very, very good, but definitely has some scary bits to it. And then, luckily, like I said, this is one of the, because it's still kind of base coloring. It's one of the easier parts to do because I don't have to worry too much about where the color goes. I just need to get a good bit on there. I'm doing this first because there's the potential for it to kind of accidentally get on some of the paper that's there. These talismans. Like I'm shocked that I haven't done yet. But it's easier to clean up later on when you have the more intricate inside bits done. So that's why we're going with this before we get into doing the rest. Did not mix enough. There we go. A little bit of that. A lot of bit of that. Just a teeny little hint of red. Perfect. I'm just kind of glooping this on, to be honest. Because a little bit, and it's part of the fun part about doing this particular part too, is, since it's being all just like super glooped on and everything, one, I don't have to worry about too much. Oh, there, see, told you right there. There's a little dot of that. I got right on that paper. But that's okay. Again, because we'll be able to get that cleaned up. But glooping this on in this way will let it get into some crevices and stuff because there's a lot of texture on here. A lot of texture. And we will be using that texture later on for some of the more details. But right now we just need these gloops. So we need everything to be green. Especially on the raised areas. So it's not quite dry brushing. It's gloop brushing, I suppose. When we go back, we'll get in a lot of those details covered up. We're still allowing some of that reddish earth color to peek through. Not a ton, but a bit. Here we go. Focus. Come on, camera. Let's focus. There we go. Very nice. Okay. Here we go. I think that'll mostly work. This is still looking a little dark over here. Okay. Cool. All right, let's get the rim of the base done now. Oh, a little bit more of this green gray. Starting to run out a little bit now. That was a little bit more than I expected, but that's fine. There we go. Suck that back in there. Very nice. Okay, so boreal green, green gray, oxide green, tiny little bit of crimson, all mixing together. Perfect. Here we go. Also, I know last stream we had, someone had commented about music, the stream, and normally um, wouldn't mind doing that. But one, we have to keep in mind two things, Parabellum folks, is one, we have to really make sure it's royalty free and all that so it doesn't get taken off or muted by Twitch. But also need to make sure, because businesses have a little bit more overhead they have to worry about when it comes to that sort of thing. You don't want any official accounts to get dinged or potentially harmed. So, music is something we'll look into for some other streams. I don't worry about it too much on my personal stream, so I usually have music going. But considering, oh, I just noticed there's a tiny little spot in there that needs to be clipped off. There we go. But considering, Parabellum the business, we want to make sure that they are protected and that nothing is going to go haywire. So we'll, if we can get some confirmed good royalty-free music we can use, then I think we may give that a shot later on if music would be better for folks. But I tend to think that it's usually best to just let other people listen to what they want while the stream's going on. So I tend to like streams that have less music and more just chatting because then I can just kind of listen to other things that I like to listen to more. You know what I mean? But everybody's different. Everyone has their own ideas on that. But especially me, because I like to uh, participate and watch in a few different streams at the same time. So it's a lot easier to do that when there's not a bunch of music going on at the same time. Okay. We're getting these good greens in there. Nice and dark so we can come up later with it. And again, not being too direct because kind of the wildness of the brushes on there is actually going to be a benefit for us because we can kind of doing some of the work. So sometimes when you're painting, you don't want to focus on every single individual little detail because you will waste a lot of time trying to replicate something exactly when you can let the medium do the work for you. This is something that I was taught in watercolor classes back in college. So I was very hesitant to just kind of let things go. And it's still very difficult sometimes. But if you can kind of just let yourself work around the medium acting as it does, it works out pretty well sometimes, even ways you may not expect. Hey, Muad, what's going on? How are you doing? Stream's going well. We're just working on this basing, and then we're going to get back to working on the Dormaru proper. How's your weekend going? Here we go. Get this glooping on. Oh, hey, what's going on, Scaly B? Thanks for the follow. Another awesome miniature painter here on Twitch. If you guys haven't followed Scaly B, Was I not following? Shame on me. No worries. Welcome in. If you guys don't follow Skelly B, another awesome miniature painter here on Twitch, you should actually absolutely be giving her a follow. Saw you were streaming earlier today. Hope that went well. If you're, unless you're still streaming, then I hope it's going well. Okay, there we go. Boom. Nice dark greens in there we can work up from. We continue on with this. Short but nice. Okay, cool. Nice. Very nice indeed. Always nice to get a nice quick stream in. Okay. Now I get the greens in there. We can worry a bit less about what it'll do to this paper, so we can work on the paper a little bit. So we want to go up to kind of a tannish color, probably this far brown-ish color. Will likely be good. We can't quite get that far yet. So what we'll likely need to do is work up from this goby brown. I think we'll do that. Man, I had mixed it earlier, but it is just coming out real liquidy today. Let's see. Actually, this is working out well. I take it back. They're gonna look so cool. Yeah, I hope so. So got a lot of work to do on them, but they're interesting sculpt for sure. All right. Mix in a little bit of that brown we used for them earlier. There we go. Okay. There we go. Hey, Mercurial Mark. I was just hearing about your First Blood escapades earlier. How have you been doing? You feel it's accessible to paint in one piece. So there are parts of it I wish I had. The inside of the armor on this piece in particular, you can see I've been trying to get in there. And I can get in there pretty good in a lot of places, and in like the face and stuff. But I would definitely recommend a few areas to not assemble. But I'm also someone if I have the chance to paint assembled, I will always paint the thing fully assembled. I hate subassembly painting, but it's not a bad idea for this one. That being said, as long as you got a nice long brush, you should be able to get to most places you need. Because the other thing to keep in mind is people aren't going to be looking inside of this guy all that much, you know? So it's not something you really have to worry about a ton, but I recommend the subassemble. Do get up to some shenanigans. Subassembly is for the birds, yeah. Just I don't know. It's it's definitely worth doing in some instances, for sure. Um, it's just it's so much easier to envision what I'm gonna do with something and how it'll all look when it's all together. It's much harder for me to try to think and guess at where everything is going to go and how it's going to look, you know? Oh, come here. Here we go. Oop, don't fall off. You need to make some scanner setup. Some more first blood mains and CTS. You know how to do that? Because, man, I've been wanting to do that too. I don't know how to do any of it, though. But I would absolutely love to get stuff in there. Mega battles looking instead of 100% proxies. Yeah, see, that's the thing is I am not a I proxies just bug the crap out of me, to be perfectly honest. Um, it it's so hard for me to get into the game. You know, I'm just not feeling it if I don't have minis that represent the actual stuff. And some people play with proxies without any issue, but it's just like, honestly, I don't even necessarily mind proxies like on the tabletop as much. But just for some reason, I'm trying to play tabletop simulator. It's just ugh. Conquest mods on TTS are great. Yeah, they are indeed. Get some of these nooks and crannies here. Where's some of the main guy? Oh, some guys on the TTS server. I was watching some of the main guy stuff. Now I just need to build the rig. Ah, Meaning to check the workshop page to see if anyone's uploaded mods for the new factions. Yeah, I haven't looked yet. I mean, considering the Euroni are still coming out, like these guys aren't even out yet. But they will be soon, so make sure you pre-order so you can get them as soon as possible. Although by the time this hits YouTube, for those watching on YouTube, we will have them available, so make sure to check them out. I'm very glad that these go up on YouTube as well, because sometimes I have to go back and figure out my color recipes. So I'm just like, oh yeah, they're up on YouTube. Perfect. So unfortunately, Twitch makes them disappear after a short time. I'll go and finishing back the useful Saturday. No worries. First useful Saturday. Oh. Well, I hope that it is as um, productive as it has the potential to be. I think that works and makes sense. Whoop, come here. There we go. Just going through, trying to get some of this brown on the pages here, because we'll start working that up into a better white, off-white color for the paper talismans. There's a lot of paper. And admittedly, last weekend could have been more productive, but it was also my birthday weekend, and I was just like, you know what? I just want a weekend to do nothing. Well, not do nothing, but I just wanted a weekend of not feeling the weight of responsibility. I suppose is probably a better way to put it. You believe it? Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. But that is what I did. I treated the weekend as if I had zero responsibilities. It was great. And I just played some video games and um, worked on Conquest miniatures, and it was a good time. Okay, we're almost done. There's a little bit of texture that got on this paper down here. I'm just going to do my best to just kind of scrape it off. There we go. Honestly, having a little bit of texture down there isn't terrible either because it shows that the paper is running through the dirt. I don't mind that one bit. Oh, almost forgot. There's these little bits of paper too. Up on the arms and on the chest. It's not mixing super well. That's not good. There we go. Still going to paint the inside. These pieces of talisman paper, though. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Okay. I think we're good on that front. There's a lot of talisman paper. All right. See what we got going on here. Oh. Make sure to check your posture and all that stuff. Oh. Okay. So this Gobi Brown. And I'm looking at this. I think we'll be okay. Let's go ahead and roll with it. Now we get to go into a slightly smaller brush. So we gotta get into some of these finer details here. We're gonna use the same color because we're going for gold. So it's gonna go right into it. Some of these, although it's a little wetter than expected. Let's see if we can mix this a little better and get some down. Okay. Nice and shaken. Not stirred. There we go. Nicer mix for sure. That's good. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're trying to focus where the light goes on these. So I kind of want the light in these top corners here. So I'm just going to go through a little bit and catch this paint that just fell. There we go. And get these highlights in there. in these corners and down the sides. That way it'll give them some definition and kind of show off a bit of a light source too. We don't want to go all the way. If we go all the way, then it's just going to be a one flat color, but we want to make sure these are nice and blended. Let's see. And we'll go do the same on this side. We'll just go kind of in the middle here and more towards the bottom. This one's kind of curved and sticking out a little bit. So we're going to do the same thing down here on the edges too. We're going to do a little bit of edge on that side, a little bit on this corner here, and down right on the middle there. There we go. Okay, and so kind of same thing for this. We're going to try to keep in mind that the light is going to be hitting more on the downward side of these. So we're going to try to go and keep most of our paint towards the bottom and on these sides there. There we go. We're going to start getting this gold color coming through, which is perfect. This Gobi brown is just perfect. Oop, that's a little too wet. See if I can get that, suck that right back out of there. That's one thing too to keep in mind when you're working on minis. If you actually get some like really wet paint that goes down to a crevice you didn't want, don't panic. Just quickly grab a brush that has no paint on it, and just kind of throw it in that crevice, and you should be able to soak it back up. Maybe not all of it, but a good bit. Make it easier to fix it later on. Okay, so for this long angle, go all the way across. Mostly hit this bottom side here, I think. The other thing, don't worry too much. It's not 100% accurate. We're just putting this on for our army and to make it look really cool. So I'm going to do these edges here. That'll look good. These seem to be like big old flat plates. Just go right across, but we're going to try to keep things focused towards the top of each of these plates. More so than not. Go ahead, edge right across there. And run across here. Okay, that's pretty good. Jumping down this side. Definitely want to make sure we get that. Cool. We got a nice blend going on here. It's working out well. Same with this kind of center area there. We're going to do the same across the other areas where there's armor. And this one up top here, I'm going to be playing around with this a lot more. Because I kind of want it to look a little worn. Dented in some areas. There's already sculpts in there. I'm going to do a little bit more kind of stipple action around it. And that'll just kind of add a little bit of texture, which will be nice. We just kind of do some little kind of sloppy dots around here. And when we go in to do more highlights, we're just basically going to do kind of the same thing over and over and over. And it should look pretty cool. Hopefully. And then for these, we're going to do kind of a U, a very square U. To get the edges and stuff done. But again, we're still in the brown phase of this gold. We're going to be working up to some yellows and some off-whites. But this is going to be kind of the core color of this gold. So it's okay. You don't want to go all the way into the inside of each one, but you don't. But you got to keep in mind basically kind of how much you're doing. And I'm going to just kind of go through the middle here on these upper ones. Just try to hit the edges a bit and wherever the light may hit. Just going to go across here. Perfect. There we go. Again, doesn't seem like much on the camera right now, but I promise it's coming out as hoped. Okay, that's pretty good. Edge right there. Perfect. Okay. All right, we're gonna do. All right, we did that already, so let's move on to. We did the one side already. So let's see if we can move on to another one. So we'll do. These kind of edges here. You can tell there's like a crack in the face mask here. So we're gonna work on that and work kind of around it a little bit. There we go. And then for the middle here, we're just gonna line this edge, not all the way. We don't want to go all the way around. We want to keep some area open, but I'm also going to do kind of the same thing in the middle here. I'm just going to do that stippling like I showed you earlier. Again, not all the way into the crevices. Just kind of keeping it towards the center. Because we want that darkness to go into the back and kind of make that contrast, or force that contrast a little bit. There we go. Cool. Okay. Now we're going to do kind of the same thing. Put these up here. I'm going to go and do just slightly kind of playing around. Obviously, I want to get the edges, get some nice highlights. I'm just going to kind of dot around on the inside too, just to add some texture. Something I can blend into a little later. Here we go. Same for all these parts. So we get the edges, and then I'm just going to stipple around there. And this one has some damage on it. I'm going to kind of stipple around into the damage a little bit, but kind of keep it as open as possible. Try not to go inside of where that damage is. Okay, now we're just going to edge highlight this whole thing. Kind of give us a border in which to play around in. And this is a big, wide open space here. So you can do all sorts of fun stuff with it. Like, you can do, like, if you really wanted to, you could do kind of lines going across to kind of simulate um, like the sheen a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to go that route. But definitely when it goes to the inner side, like in here, you want to keep it darker. And as it comes up, that's where you want to start putting a lot of the brighter colors. So I'm actually going to go, I'm going to let that in the top be a bit less, just like the bottom, kind of give it like a mid sheen. So it's, again, there's some battle damage in here, so I'm going to kind of work around that a little bit. But I'm really going to just kind of stipple around. Let's see how that looks. Okay, we'll go and do the same thing on this side. Again, going into the middle here. Not going all the way down to the bottom. There we go. It does look a little weird, but point is we'll get to blending it all together a little bit here soon. This part right here is going to be real easy because we're just going to go right around the rim of this hat. Nice and simple. Easy peasy. Okay, then we got this little design on the inside here. And when it comes to metal, a lot of people don't like the edge highlighting stuff, but edge highlighting is a lot more important. Not necessarily edge highlighting, but just highlighting properly becomes much more important when it comes to non-metallic metals. Because really the only difference between non-metallic metal highlighting and highlighting for stuff that isn't metal is how drastic the highlighting is. That may sound weird, but I promise it's true. Because the thing is metal is shiny. So if you highlight much more drastically, almost anything you're going to make is going to look metal, which is really interesting. Okay. So right now I'm just kind of going from the top here, going down. So all these different panels. There's a lot of them. Again, trying to get the edges if I can all the way down, because that'll be useful, but we don't want to get anything else all the way down. And then for the underside of these, you can do essentially kind of the same thing if you're not too worried about the lighting situation. Um, but totally up to you how you want to do that. Getting a little off camera? Thank you. Appreciate you letting me know. There we go. Again, edge highlighting there and there. And here. And this time I'm going to go straight from the top. I'm not doing the middle thing here. In fact, I'm going to do it the opposite. That's a pretty good way to make some contrast and some differences between some of the non-metallic metals, so it doesn't look the same all over. Is just highlight the opposite way. So we're leaving the middle darker, whereas on this side we left the middle brighter. And that is a really easy way just to change things up. And again, these same rules apply for standard metallics also. So I know a lot of people would just like to do metallic, wash, boom, be done. And that is a perfectly valid way to do it, especially if you're trying to get stuff quickly on the tabletop. But I promise, if you use the same fundamentals as non-metallic metals that you do with metals, they're going to look so much better. Very cool. Okay. Okay. So what we're going to do now is highlight these panels on the helmet. And we're going to try to do this as quickly as possible because there's a ton of them. So you just kind of go side to side. That should allow you to do them well enough without ruining the shading and stuff that they have going on already. Ideally. And I'm going to go a little farther down on these long ones here. But they're starting to get into the crevices, which I don't want. There we go. If we go farther down on those, and then go back up once we get to the sides, that'll give the appearance of the light focusing on a particular point, which is a good thing. There we go. So now we have a lot more brightness here in the middle, kind of going out into dark over there. Perfect. That is much darker than I expected. Not what I was looking for. I missed a spot from earlier. That's okay. We'll just get some more of that paint on there from before. We can start updating that. Perfect. Okay, so we're getting some pretty good movement going on here. Let's go ahead and do the pauldrons. Okay, so this seems to be kind of the core area here. Get that pretty easily. Here. Those little sections. That. I'm not even sure what to call this part of the armor. I'm sure there's a word for it. The gauntlet, I guess. The gauntlet cover, maybe? Oh, excuse me. Okay. I'm glad I hit the mute in time. The sneezing took hold. Okay. Just got a little highlights there. Over here, we're gonna, since we have this big flat area, we're gonna do that stipple effect again. This is a really good way to add some texture in there. Hey, Hellcat, good to see you. Here's building some Crimson Tower. Nice. Are the armor set unit out yet? Why did it take so long to get out? This particular set is not out yet. It is coming out next week. And I don't know why it's taken so long, so to speak. I'm sure it's likely logistical things going on. Maybe the company producing the minis or something. Or just timeline with making other minis. Okay, there we go. Get some of this down there. But I'm excited to see your Crimson Tower. make sure to, if you post online, do the hashtag Colors of Conquest challenge because it's free to enter, so may as well. Okay, now we're going to go back in on this section here with the stippling that we were doing earlier. Perfect. Did you guys see the stats breakdown of how all the armies were doing in tournaments and stuff? Found that to be really interesting. I was glad that they put that out. Some armies were doing very, very good, but it also takes into account how many armies are being played too. Because if you know if there's just one army being played at a tournament, obviously that's going to be the one that wins, kind of thing, right? It looks like they were taking into account a lot of that stuff. Let's see. Again, we're kind of going in these highlights towards the middle a bit. There we go. Gotta make sure you hit all the edges. And then, just like on the one in the front, we're still going to go in the middle as to where the most highlighting is going to be. And just kind of stipple a bit towards the outside. Not too much, though. Because the outside is where a lot of that shadow and contrast is going to come from. Perfect. This is essentially just the mid-tone right now. And, ooh, this is going to be an interesting one. Okay, we're just going to go down on each side there. Try to get as many of these edges as possible starting out. We're on our local Euroni. Oh, nice. Enjoy the paint session. No worries. Well, have a great Euroni night. Interested to see how it goes. But yeah, go have a great time. And looking forward to hearing about it, man. I really wanted to run like a Euroni night and just get like a bunch of sushi and stuff for everybody and like really theme it all Japanese style, which I thought would be really cool. Because right across from the game shop is a sushi place. and they're okay. They're I enjoy them. They do well enough, but they had previous owners that I like the previous owner sushi a lot more. Sneaking in some of these edge highlights in here. Okay, now we get to do the pretty intense one back here. Again, we're just going to go some stippling here and there. Trying to go just mostly in the middle. And on the sides here, we'll do that little edge highlight. Now this is an interesting part here, because again, this is all metal, right? I'm going to try to have glow coming out from under here. I actually want to put some more of this underneath here a lot more. Normally I wouldn't, and I would let it kind of fade out for some good contrast. Considering there's going to be a lot of glowing, I have to kind of keep that in mind and prep for that. It's actually something I need to prep for up here too. Now that I'm thinking about it, because the armor is going to reflect that inner shine a lot, or that inner glow. So all those places are going to be highlighted pretty intensely. Okay, just kind of poking out, doing a bit of stippling on where the light should show up. There's going to be a lot of light coming from the front there. There we go. Cool. All right. Starting to get there. Doesn't look very gold yet, but I promise we'll get there. Okay, next we're going to need gone. There we go. Sahara yellow. I think that'll be the next one that we do. Yeah, that looks about right. Okay, cool. So yeah, we're definitely into some of this gold here pretty soon. But got about an hour left before we start doing the Colors of Conquest. So let me take just another quick little break, get a refill, and all that stuff. And we will be back here in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Here we go. Cool. Now we get to do the fun parts, which is putting some yellow on that gold. Oop. There we go. Cool. All right, this is where the highlights are really going to start showing up. So we got to be a little more careful this time. I'll take you off that base because I don't need that. Okay, I'm going to mix a little bit of that brown with the yellow just so it's not too intense yet, but we will get there. Okay. So we still want to hit the edges pretty well, like on these little corners and stuff. That'll be good. These corners. And then we'll go in the middle. Just like that. Easy peasy. Actually, for this middle part here, it'll probably be a better example. I'm going to go along this edge in the middle there. Just like that, but not all the way. Perfect. Kind of same down here. This one I'm being a little more careful with. There we go. And now we're going to continue a little bit of that stippling action like we had earlier. But just kind of in the middle. There we go. Perfect. Add a little bit more yellow to that. We're going to go down. Make sure my brush is pointed properly. Go right down these sides here. I'm going to go ahead and do that for all these since I'm already in this position. Kind of make things a little easier on myself. And then go ahead and work in a little bit of that. To these areas. Just really delicately putting those in there. Going to give kind of the illusion of that shine and that light hitting it where it needs to hit. Again, keeping the brush kind of down towards the bottom on this edge down here. And we're going to do, again, in the middle. And then on the sides here. On the corners. Here we go. We're getting some nice blends. Starts getting really intense. Start doing these edges here. Actually, I can probably go ahead and just do just across the bottom like that. Will help get that those edges down there all at once without having to worry too much about it. There we go. Getting some nice blends going on there. Exactly what we want. Okay, and on the top here, get that blended a little bit as well. It's a big flat area, so we're going to go our stippling like we were doing earlier. Okay. Okay, let's do this. A little bit more of that stippling around, especially around the middle. And then just kind of in some of the highlight areas where there might be some other areas of light catching. We don't want to go too far down in any direction. Here we go. Again, I'm kind of doing the tops of these because I remembered that there's going to be glow coming through here. But we are going to mostly want to stick towards the bottom as well. In that kind of U shape. On each of these. Here we go. Okay, let's get some more of that gold going in there. That's pretty good. Hi, kitty cat. The cat's come to say hi. Hello. Nice to see you. She won't jump up here, though. Just comes over, meows for a few pets, and then makes her way. Okay, let's see. Going more. Let's see if I can. Let's go in here. There we go. Some of that stipple action. And this part's kind of interesting because there's that big crack in there. Cool. Same with this little part down here. There we go. We'll just get the rim of the hat. Perfect. There we are. It's starting to get there. Make sure to get the rim on the underside of this as well, because that will help it show up against the darkness of the rest of the piece. Okay. Now, a simple dry brush could work out really well here. Perfectly easily. We're going to take things a little farther than that, though. That's why we're doing this blending. And we'll work in getting the details here going. Remember, on this side, we're doing the opposite. We're doing the middle is going to be the part that is in shadow. These highlights. And then on the sides, we're also going to do the middle as the highlight. Perfect. Okay. So a little bit more yellow, a little bit more brown, a little bit more brown. There we are. And oops, I'm off the camera. Sorry about that. Cool. Got a nice little kind of gradient going on there. Right. Can't forget those delicious edge highlights that everyone knows and loves. time we're just trying to keep it mostly to the middle. And then on the sides. Here we get those edges. Yet again. Cool. Double checking how it's coming along. Obviously, we're going to add a lot more details in. Just get this brown here because I just realized none of these have been highlighted. Almost skipped them over. That'd be bad. And so we're just going with the brown right now. Just to go back in and blend a little bit. Okay, now the brown yellow mixture. Bring it back on here. Okay. This part's going to be interesting. I'm not entirely sure how this is going to go. We're going to work on the highlights, moving more towards the inside as opposed to the outside, which I would normally do. Back here, there's going to be a lot of light reflecting from the inside where it's all spoopy. There we go. Starting getting some highlights in there. Right now it's very, very blended. That's okay. The thing when it comes to non-metallic metals is basically taking that and turning it into very, very harsh highlights, and that's what's really going to get it so you can make them look shiny. We'll get to that here very soon. Okay. You gotta get all these tiny little dots. Also make sure that we highlight these appropriately because these ones are segmented. And these are just kind of getting all the base colors down. Like all these tiny little details that are in here, obviously they're not showing up right yet because we haven't really painted them, but there's going to be some brilliant blues going through all those and whatnot. Because the samurai armor had these segments where they would just tie together these plates. So we're going to have those going up here pretty soon. Okay, so that's going to be those are pretty good. Those are all right. Not too bad. It's going to be really interesting to see how this works out after we do the inner glow. Just realized I need to do some of I missed a big portion right here of the standard gold color. There we go. Cool. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right, now we're going to just go straight into the yellow. And this is where we're going to have to get really detailed with the highlights too. Might try for a smaller brush than this. Yeah, probably a good idea. It's not even going to be our final form. but make sure we're good to go on it though. Ooh, deja vu. How strange. Anybody else ever get deja vu? It just kind of weirds me out a little bit when it happens. But here we go. This is going to be, again, kind of stippling in there. This time with the yellow. Not going all that far out. Just making sure we get some of these raised edges of some of this area. Because they would likely catch some of that light. I'm going with this kind of stippling and whatnot, specifically because I like the idea of this kind of worn metal look. I think is working pretty well. All right. Not coming along too bad. For me, this is kind of almost a bit of a speed paint because I'm notoriously very slow. But it's coming along. Done gaming. Let's get to some painting. All right. Very nice. And here soon, we're going to be getting to the Colors of Conquest winners and runner-ups for the winner and runner-ups for the month. Probably here, I'm saying about 10, maybe 15 minutes. You're going to keep working on that Zilliarch. Plan to do some gold trimmings. Nice. And it takes painstaking amount of time. That is true. I say as I'm jamming on that right now. But I like NMM. Like I said earlier, it's because it makes me feel like I have a bit more control over the lighting and how things are going. No, not everyone's a big fan, but I think either way is perfectly fine. But if I have a choice, I'm going with NMM. Oops. What is the reason for starting with green undercoat instead of brown or gold? It is the difference between warm and cools. So controlling that kind of contrast a little bit. Um, I prefer my gold unless it's like a particularly sunny day or something in the setting that I'm doing. I typically like my golds to be darker and cooler. If you look at gold in the sun, it's obviously this brilliant, reddish orange, yellow. If you look at it in cold environments, though, it turns into this kind of deep greenish color. And so, considering the basing is going to be a lot of kind of like dark greens and stuff, I wanted it to reflect its environment a bit more. So it would look very weird to have a very warm gold on top of a very cool green atmosphere. So keeping that consistency going is what will make the entire piece kind of uh, coincide a lot better. But if this was like a bright sunny day out and not a mystical forest and like out in a field or something like that, then going with a going with a like a reddish orange type of gold, the more standard gold you would see, would definitely uh, make a lot more sense. Or even like in the sun or whatnot too. Hey, Hecaton, what's going on? Welcome, welcome. Damaru, Damashi, you're going really well. I'm enjoying this a lot. We got some good NMM started in here. And we're going through. So we're going with gold and blue for this one's armor. For my army, all of the characters are going to have their own kind of unique look, like they're individuals instead of just a formalized army. So I get to play around with lots of different color schemes, which is nice. But I decided to go with gold and blue for this one. But now we're starting to get into some of the details. So we're going a little slightly slower pace. But how are you doing, Hecaton? If you guys don't know, Hecaton, another awesome streamer here on Twitch. There we go. It's doing pretty well. Though we do want to get some more of those highlights out here too. Not a ton, but a bit more. There we go. So nice blending going through there. Okay, now we can go back through. Okay. Hmm. Okay, here we go. I think here in about 5 or 10 minutes or so, we're going to get into the Colors of Conquest winners. That is about where we will end the stream for today. Again, I'm putting, normally I would not put highlights underneath the shoulders, under where the helmet is, but we're going to have some glow coming out of there, so we're going to try to see how we can make that happen later on. Doing the good old dabbing here. There we go. Looks a little weird on this camera, but I promise it's looking like real gold in person. Okay. There you go. Okay, let's see what the progress is that we've gotten so far. Here we go. Not too shabby, honestly. farther than I expected. But still very dark. But we're gonna start brightening them up here soon, especially when all the ribbons and stuff come through. So yeah, we got a good way through. Getting some good metallic metals in there. Not quite done, but we're pretty close. So we're gonna go ahead and take just like a little 2-minute break, and then we're gonna get into doing Colors of Conquest. So we will be right back. Welcome back. So, I was trying to pull up the Colors of Conquest channel or website. There seemed to be a little bit of an issue, but I'm gonna go ahead and link it in the chat so you guys can check it out. But if you guys have not seen parabellum.com/Colors of Conquest, that is the place to go to enter in the monthly competition. So, what is Colors of Conquest? Colors of Conquest is a monthly competition. Well, not really that much of a competition. It's just a monthly incentive to paint Conquest miniatures, and if you post them online and you use the hashtags mini painting and Colors of Conquest, along with tagging the Conquest or the Parabellum page, then whatever you have painted, then they will take a look at that and put it into their giant list of miniatures to check out each month. And every month they do drawings for prizes for discounts as well as free stuff. So it's pretty cool. It's free to enter. All you got to do is paint Conquest and post online. So without further ado, we have the runner-ups and the winner for this year that we're going to preview right about now. All right, so our first runner-up is from Emil, and I'm going to mispronounce his last name, so I apologize. But Emil, congratulations! This amazing Sorcerer King's miniature. I wish that I had gotten this one personally, but this Sorceress is one of my favorite miniatures they've ever sculpted. I believe as of we're in May 17th right now, so I believe that it might still be available. I'm gonna double check here real quick. Um, oh no, I think it is out. I think we're out. But it was a limited run that they did for this one, but it has all the different elements, and you can see those worked in really well here with the air and the blue and the water and the fire as well. Just really nice, bright, vivid colors coming off this one. So, and the gold on the mask too is really, really nice. So, congrats on the runner-up, Emil. Well done. And yeah, let's see what we have next. Matthew 26 with the Daimyo. This is a really cool color scheme. You can see from the picture here that he has like this, his blade is red and like glowing a little bit, which is really cool. I like that a lot. But as I mentioned when I was showing off my Daimyo earlier, I love it when people are using the excuse of him sheathing his sword to show something has been cut or sliced, right? And so he has that with that shield down there on the bottom and the two pieces and the little clockwork head of the city states that's down there. So it's like he just got done, taking care of a clockwork hoplite and is moving on to his next opponent. But the one thing that's really cool about this piece too is like the undertones of the red that's coming through in this very deep blues and purples that are coming through on the rest of the miniature. Along with the silver, it's such a good. It's a little monochrome, but not in a bad way. But it's just really, really nicely done way to use red all the way up through blue and everything in between. And then of course you have that little splash of color there with the dark greens and brass with the shield and stuff too. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the rest of this army take shape because not a lot of people are doing kind of these dark monochromatic colors very often in general, but especially for something as interesting as the Euroni, I think it could work really well. So congrats, Matthew, on being a runner-up. Next runner-up we have is the Chromomancer. Chromomancer with Persenia, the City States character from the lore campaign back pack of the Crucible of Wills fanning the fire, which you can still get in the store. But the Gorgon herself, really cool, really unique color scheme idea. You would not typically expect the purples and blues coming in there. A lot of people do kind of the greens of a snake and whatnot, obviously, for her hair, for the amount of snakes in her hair. But even still, it got some of that little like scaling and kind of like I'm not sure if it's like face paint or just kind of a decoration and whatnot, but it looks really cool and it goes together so well with the kind of bronze, brass color of the armor as well. So it was a really cool piece, really well done by the Chromomancer. Make sure to check him out on Instagram, and he also streams here on Twitch under the title of Ramius. So yeah, I know that guy. Yeah, exactly. So congrats on runner-up Chromomancer / Ramius. Really, really cool Persenia. All right. Next up, we have Ocean Wolf Toby, I believe is how that's pronounced. But I saw updates for this in the Parabellum Discord looking really good. A lot of one really interesting creative choice with this, if you notice, is the base. The base doesn't really have anything on it. It's just flat painted, which is really cool. Kind of has like I think those are flower petals, as well as leaves or potentially maybe even fish or something like that on that blue. But it's a really cool idea, not one you see very often. So it's a really cool way to go about doing something like that. But again, with all and the purple and pinks in her dress and everything go really well with uh with the slight color elements on the base too. And then some nice traditional foxes, good fur texture in there as well. But and some really stark highlights in like the hair and stuff too. So really shiny. But yeah, congrats Toby. Next up, we have the Painting Bunny. I wonder who that could be. Maybe we know somebody in here who might be named the Painting Bunny. Um, but yeah, congrats on runner up for this awesome Spires Siege Breaker Behemoth. I was taking a look at this one earlier, and again, it's a really unique color scheme. Yeah, absolutely. Congrats. Really unique color scheme. I really like what you did with it, with the gold in the crown, as well as the blues and purples, the daimyo we saw earlier. But it's really unique take on the spires, which is really cool. Especially, and my favorite bit is the face shield, or the eye, or what, I'm not even technically sure what it is. But it's but you have that in the little knuckle areas as well on the claws, which is cool, and the little eyes and the belly. But it almost looks like it's kind of glowing from the inside, and that is a really nice touch. Kind of makes it almost look like it's a visor, and one that would be terrifying. It's so bright and vibrant that if you just saw that visor like turn towards you in battle with the darkness of the rest of it, you would just be shocked. It's just awesome looking. So really good combo. Yeah, it really pops out. Exactly. So really nice. And also the kind of undertones of the brownish red that you have, and with that blue, works really well too. It kind of gives it this almost like dark grime of this like biomanced thing, you know. So really cool stuff. I'm glad to see your name in here. Painted for my brother when I showed it for the first time, he could only focus on the head. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is like, especially if you see a lot of stuff in nature too, right? The bright colors are typically used to warn people away, right? But if you think about it in terms of like, I think it's the anglerfish, if I'm not mistaken, way deep down in the depths of where no light can go through in the ocean, they have these lights, and basically lights will attract things to it, and so they can use it to kind of pounce and distract and prey on stuff. So when you would see this, you did a good job on having a extreme focal point, um, to which people would be distracted, and hopefully enough for it to come tearing through the walls of whatever it's destroying. So congratulations, Painting Bunny, on getting a runner up for April. All right, next up we have Dizzy Finger with another daimyo. Um, this one is really nice too, and this is actually something you can kind of see what I was mentioning earlier, about the warm colors versus the cool colors, right? So this is a very warm scene. Um, it has some nice vibrant greens, and you can and I was waiting to see someone who would do this, and I'm glad someone did it really well. You can see in the feathers there is clearly like peacock feathers, um, which goes together so well with the rest of the scene. Just the little blips of red throughout the rest of him is a really nice touch. It looks very much like kind of it definitely looks like something you would see in a fantasy like forest style samurai. Um, so a really nice touch. Even the little squirrel on the tree and everything like that are all just very nice touches. Um, but and the basing work is really good. I think it's using the same bamboo that I'm using, for my army as well. So it's really nice to see, and mixed in with a little bit of tufts and things too. It's just a really nicely done piece and scene, and well painted. So well done. All right, next up we're into the final four, I believe. So Luke Brimblecombe with an excellent display. Really, it's a really cool idea. Putting, I don't know how big that display is now that I think about it. But it is really interesting to see the Sakari with a mounted lord in the back. And also, I really do like how this is framed in this piece, because it looks like they're just kind of like in a procession, or like marching down the stairs to go and start, forming up in almost like a, like a religious march of sorts. So it's a really, really neat idea. Um, I'm not sure how one would play with this, but I like it overall in general. Anyway, the blue steel it's got going on too is very interesting. It works really well with the red, but it's very, very vibrant and definitely a really cool color combination for sure. I'm trying to think. It reminds me of something else. I can't really put my finger on it, but the bright blue and the bright red seem to be going together pretty well. So, but yeah, congrats, Luke. Really nicely done. All right, the final three. Another daimyo. This time done by the one and only Overbite Miniatures. If you guys don't follow Overbite, please make sure you do on all platforms. I think he has the longest runner-up streak of anyone. He's won a few times, but I don't. I will be very surprised the day I don't see his name in here. But an absolutely phenomenal painter. Paints so quickly too. I'm very jealous. Um, but went a very interesting route with this one. I love the color scheme, this black and silver and gray, the black and red and silver go together so well. In particular, it reminds me if you all saw like Keanu Reeves 47 Ronin movie, there's like this big 8 foot tall silver samurai guy. It reminds me of that a lot. But the splashes of red in there really make this pop in a good way. His name won't show up only if he decides to take a break from Conquest. Yeah, exactly. Um, but I really like, and not to mention, obviously his entire jacket and stuff isn't just silver. It's like the feathers he painted on are gray, too. I believe he still painted them as feathers, but it's really honestly most people would try to go, especially a lot of artists. When you see feathers, you think, oh, let's do bright colors, let's do something really vibrant and neat. But he went with kind of this like silver gray for the feathers as well as the rest of the piece, but it really ties it all together in a good way. So looking really good for sure. Congrats on runner up again, Overbite. All right. Second to last, not this is the last runner-up from Litany of Hate, which is a heck of a name. But another Persinia city states character. I'm kind of jealous. I need to start painting on mine very quickly. But really nicely done. Such a clean piece overall. It's very very well done. The blends going from the green down to her face is just super nice. Um, and again the softness of the highlights and how clean everything looks, especially on like the base and everything, is just really really nice. And very crisp and clean metallics on there. Um but yeah, and I also like the fact that her skin tone is a little more olive as well. It kind of helps with the green going on there. But yeah, really nicely done, Persenia. So all right, that's all the runner-ups. All we have left is the winner, and the winner is Paratazi. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. I apologize if not, but Paratazi with the Kitsune from the Yoroni. And I'm going to show some details here in a moment, but I wanted to make sure that I showed the full length of this piece before I got into some of the details. But because a good bit of it is blocked off, we're going to look into some details here in a second. But just absolutely insane. Obviously, the painting, we'll see that here in a second, but just the composition in general is ludicrous in the best way. I'm shocked that Paratazzi was able to fit everything on that base. I'm pretty sure that's still a standard Euroni base for it. And I knew when I was doing mine that going upwards was going to help add a lot more to the base, but took it to the next level, literally. So let's check out some of these details that we have in here. So there you can see a little bit closer up into the just amazing paint job of this. It's just the blending is so well done. You see the contrast in between the fur on the foxes. I mean, overall, as someone who is a fan of the color orange, this is probably my favorite example of that. These foxes are just the most beautiful oranges I've ever seen. Nice and vibrant, but it has nice kind of going into that darker oranges into the shadows of the fur and everything too. A really interesting take was doing very hard lines for the mouth and the eyes and stuff, but it really helps them pop and make them a lot more visible and easier to see. So the blending on the legs of the kitsune as well as like the cloak, the contrast on this is just so well done and well blended, and that is easily just such a nice thing to see. Plus, you also have, if you look at the tail, for example, you have the oranges that it goes into, like the other foxes, but you also have that blue as the shadow, which is really interesting because it uh, kind of insinuates that the reflection from the water a little bit is coming up into that shadow a bit, as well as just kind of the gray of um, the tails, is of the hair of the tails. But you can see a little bit of that too in the hair. In her hair, it's mostly that silvery black that you would normally expect. But when it starts going off, it kind of eludes the fact that it's going through, getting a little more as hair does, when it kind of gets towards the end, it kind of frays out a little bit, and you can see the blue in that part too. Really connects this whole piece together really well. And this one, when the moment Janice himself said on Discord to participate, yeah, that is. Admittedly, I'm not sure how often they go in there, but I think that just was a very interesting happenstance. But yeah, I saw this as well as all the other pieces that they're working on in the discourse. If you guys haven't joined the Parabellum Discord, you absolutely should. Um, there's a great community in there, supporting each other with awesome painting. But let's go and check out some more details here as I spill this on myself. But yeah, you can see all the way down to the base. I love the fact that he took the one fox that came with it that was kind of in this like defensive pose, but just angling him down just a little bit made it look like he's like about to pounce on the fish, and it is such a lovely little detail. Um, it's really the storytelling in it is just really well done. For that fact alone, but yeah, and then of course, like right above me here, you have a little bit more detail on how on the highlights and the shadows and whatnot. And you can see in the metal on her headdress, like I had mentioned earlier, going from those darks and kind of keeping those edge highlights in there, but then still blending it in as it gets to the focal point of where the light would be. It's really nicely done on that non-metallic metal there. It's just a super well blended and well put together piece. Nicely done, Paratazi. I I tried to find Paratazis on most social media. They definitely uh, was in the Discord and posting this, but if you definitely go in there, check out the glass display. That's where all the miniature painting stuff happens. And scroll up and try to find the rest of the Euroni that he has coming out. The basing is just as wild as this for the entire army. It's pretty awesome to see. So, but congratulations to everybody again. If you want to participate in the Colors of Conquest, all you have to do is post online hashtag miniature painting or mini painting hashtag Colors of Conquest and tag the Parabellum crew on their social media page, and they will check it out, and you will be automatically entered. So, congratulations to everyone who did win for the month of April. I've already seen some amazing pieces coming in through May, so I'm really excited for that. But yeah, that's we got some good work going on this Dormaru Damashi. Make sure if you are having any difficulty trying to build this character, just go to YouTube. It will show you how to do it. It is a little challenging, but not bad at all. Honestly, I was pretty happy. At first it was intimidating, but and honestly too, you can use super glue, all that stuff. I recommend using either thin cement or some sprue goo, just so the connection stays a little more. But we got some really good progress done, honestly, for about 5 hours. So not too bad at all. Again, thank you all for watching. We are going to be doing another stream next week. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to be painting, or not next week. I'm sorry, next month. We're going to be doing another one next month. I'm not entirely sure the date yet. It will likely be the 14th or the 21st, one of the two. And we'll be painting something new. If you have anything you would like me to paint that is upcoming, because we like to show some of the new stuff coming in, let me know, and let the Parabellum team know, and we will try to work together and see if we can make it happen. But again, in the pinned comment here on Twitch, if you go to the eShop on Parabellum and want to get a 10% discount as well, make sure to check out. And when you go to checkout, use the code Walter's Workshop, and you will get a discount for that. So I'm going to go through here real quick and see if we can find someone who might be working on some Conquest. Let's see, same category, search Conquest. Just going to search the word Conquest and see what we can find. Let's see, filter by tag. Why not? Nope, I don't see anything. Okay. Let's see here. Well, I think we can go ahead and likely end stream there. But again, thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back next month. I'm really excited about it. We'll continue working on something new that's upcoming, and make sure you get out there and paint some more Conquest. So you all have an excellent weekend, and looking forward to seeing more in the Discord. See you guys.